Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of the said city, will convene a regular meeting on March 18, 2025 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. May I proceed with the roll call?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. The roll call, Mayor Cowan?
Present.
Commissioner Villarreal?
Present.
Commissioner Martinez?
Present.
Commissioner De Los Santos?
Present.
Commissioner Gowan? Commissioner Macias?
Present.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Present.
The invocation will be led by Alicia Justilian, and following we will have the Pledge of Allegiance of the flags of the United States of America and the state of Texas.
Good evening, everyone. Let's pray. Father in heaven, we humbly come before you and thank you for this day. We praise you for who you are and who we are in you. We give you our city, our citizens, and this meeting. Lord, give our mayor and city commission direction throughout this meeting. Impart your wisdom on them. Let their words be your words as your spirit leads them. Establish your will on all agenda items and public comments. We pray your blessings on every person here and online. In Jesus' name, amen. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Public comment period. Section 2-26, meetings and agendas. Public input during the meetings. Number 1, conduct states that that conversations between and among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room, and attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones, that attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt the city commission proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or any other room in which the city commission conducts the meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and t-shirts which may represent the sentiments as alluded to regarding placards, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with the presentation to the city commission are permitted. E, only city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc. is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferred that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to the meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and the city commission as a whole and not to an individual commission members. Before you, we have received 5 pre-registered citizens. 1 will be held for the public hearing portion of the meeting. The first person to speak is Ms. Yolanda Spees.
Good evening, Ms. Spees. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I return to this podium once again today because what's happening in our community is becoming clearer within each passing day. More and more citizens in Brownsville are growing tired of watching our home be reshaped for the benefit of a select few while the voices of its people continue ignored and completely disregarded. We're seeing this sentiment not only in Brownsville, but across the lower Rio Grande Valley. The people of this region are recognizing this for what it is. It's a deliberate and calculated, hard, hostile takeover of our community. And let's be honest, anyone who continues to support or work for Elon Musk's vision of Starbase at the expense of Brownsville will not be remarked kindly or remembered kindly. History is shaped by those who choose to stand for their communities and those who kneel. If you continue to enable this process, you're going to be remembered not as a leader, not even as a public servant, but as someone who kissed the ring. You can't claim to love this city while disregarding its people. Brownsville is a city where 94.6% of the population is Hispanic, built by families who've been here for generations. How can you claim you serve this city while aligning yourself with those who show no regard for the very people who define it? You can't separate Brownsville from its community, and if you try, you're going to find yourself kneeling alone. We see who's choosing to enable this, and it's no coincidence that they are the same people who have allowed corruption to thrive for years. Take, for example, Monica de la Cruz, a politician who refuses to be honest with her own constituents, she casts a deciding vote that threatens Medicaid for millions, including thousands right here in the Valley. And then there's County Judge Eddie Trevino Jr., another figure who bent the knee and kissed the ring instead of standing for the people who put him in office. This is the same self-serving governance that has allowed the Brownsville Police Department to operate unchecked and incompetently and negligently for decades. This entire system has failed us, and it continues to shift. It's becoming clear that soon it will exist only to serve the rich and not the people. We sincerely hope that's not a shared sentiment among you members of this commission. The people of Brownsville elected you to stand for them, not for the corporations, not for the 1%, but for the families who call this place home. It's about the future of Brownsville. It's about who will have the courage to stand for us and who will be remembered for selling us out. We are watching, and we're watching very closely. People of Brownsville are going to remember this, and history will not be kind to those who chose the wrong side of history.
The next member is Natalia Celeso Garcia. Okay, seeing no. The next member is Ahelim Sanchez.
Good evening, Ms. Sanchez. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hi again. I come in peace this time. Oops. My name is Atlemi Sanchez. I am a lifelong resident of Brownsville, Texas, a mother of 2 toddlers and a wife. I stood here before you August 1st of 2023 to raise awareness of the severe dust pollution affecting our neighborhood due to Millwhite Incorporated. Today, I come with a long overdue and important update and to express my deepest gratitude to Mayor John Cohen, city commissioners, and especially Commissioner Linda Macias and her City of Brownsville team for their dedication of resolving the issue. From Lisa Cedo, City Manager Helen Ramirez, City Attorney, Team Lina Chaison Munoz, Will Trevino, Maida Garcia, and many others. I am proud to report that Millwhite Incorporated officially shut down operations on November 27th of 2024 and has since removed all rock piles and only some equipment is left aside. The issue had been long ongoing for over a decade, dating back to 2009, and it wasn't until Commissioner Macias stepped up, walked our streets, and saw firsthand the impact of Millwhite had done to our community, and real action was taken. Just a brief snippet. February 2023, dust pollution was at its worst and a TCEQ complaint was filed. June 2023, the TCEQ investigation report confirmed known violations. July 12th of 2023, our first email to Commissioner Macias was sent, and just in over an hour, she made contact to provide her with more details. July 16, 2023, Commissioner Macias walked our neighborhood and seen the impact firsthand. July 21st, 2023, A meeting with Millwide was set up by City Commissioner Linda Macias. August 1st, a first formal public comment was offered by me and the neighbors. And August 3rd, we had a representative, State Representative Erin Gomez, come up to our neighborhood to see also firsthand. August 18th, neighbors acquired legal representation. August 26th, State Representative Morgan Lamantia also walked our neighborhood. February 16th, City of Brownsville files a lawsuit against Millwide Incorporated on the 444th District Court under David Sanchez, who delayed the decision for months. And then officially, November 27th, Millwide ceases operations. The victory would not have only been possible without the support of city leaders and our legal team and the voices of our community. We received support for media coverage, Martha with Telemundo, Stephanie with Channel 5, Valley Central, and Televisa. Additionally, we have support from Dr. Rezoning and Dr. Sylvia Solis with UTRGV, who have taken interest in our cause. Dr. Solis, our neighbors, and her team are sharing preliminary information and research on the impact and life experiences of our community at an upcoming research conference on April 24th and 25th.
Thank you, Ms.
The fight
Sanchez.
was never just about that. It was about our health, our families, and our right to breathe clean air. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
The next member is Diablo Belize.
Mr. Velez,
My name is Diablo Velez. I'm going to talk about Donald Trump, if you don't mind. Look, what you guys don't understand, because you have to have the ability to understand what Donald Trump is doing. You need to have the ability to read the lines of history to understand what Donald Trump is doing. What Donald Trump is doing, he is conducting a cleansing like the Israelis did when they went to the promised land. They cleaned the land. They killed men, they killed women, they killed children, they killed the animals. They cleaned the land of Canaan. That's what Donald Trump is doing. He's cleaning the land, he's cleaning America of all the barbarians that destroy Rome. He's cleaning the country of all of the people, the toxic people. They are killing the Americans with the fentanyl. That's what Donald Trump is doing. Look, let me tell you something. The Mexicans, they had a president named Porfirio Diaz, a hero of the French invasion. He built schools, he built churches, he built theaters, he gave grants to students, to artists. He built the larger networks of roads. In a time when there were a bunch of bandidos, he opened up mines of gold and silver. But if you go to Mexico, you don't see roads, you don't see schools, you don't see monuments in his name. The Mexicans hate him. They dislike him, they despise him, they're jealous of him because he makes Mexico secure and strong. And that's what happened to Donald Trump. The Democrats, the new liberals, the progressives, they all hate Donald Trump because he's trying to make America great again. Americans fail to the world by not policing the world, by not being the cops of the world. So don't blame Donald Trump to try to make America, to try to fulfill America, manifest destiny. Thank you very much.
Now we will move into the proclamations. The first one is the 2025 Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month.
Do we have someone? Oh, thank you. Come on up. Welcome. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing and supporting 2025 Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Whereas an estimated 600,000 individuals in Texas have developmental disabilities, and whereas the same hopes and dreams we all cherish as Texans, to be self-sufficient, to find fulfilling work, to practice one's faith, and to make a difference. And whereas, like all Texans, people with developmental disabilities have unique skills and perspectives and also face challenges. It is important to raise awareness about the disability experience in Texas and to understand how each person can lead the life they choose. Throughout our history, many Texans with developmental disabilities have done precisely that, touching lives, contributing to their communities, and making the Lone Star State a better place for us all. And whereas Texas is better off when all citizens flourish, so we must do everything in our power to facilitate personnel and professional success for all Texans. When students attend classes with non-disabled students, academic success grows. When people with disabilities are hired in the workforce and paid a competitive wage, they support our state's unrivaled economy. Further, people with developmental disabilities who are involved in their communities generally live longer, healthier lives, and are more likely to give back. With these realities, the entire state thrives. And whereas the city of Brownsville, Texas dedicates the month of March to shed light on the people with developmental disabilities, their families, and their care providers in every aspect of life. During this observance and hereafter, Texans can learn about how classrooms, workplaces, houses of worship, and communities are stronger when everyone participates. And now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby proclaim the month of March as 2025 Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month and encourage our fellow Texans to raise awareness about developmental disabilities in the City of Brownsville. Done on this, the 18th day of March, 2025, signed by the Mayor and the City Commission.
Three, 1, 2, and 3. More.
Hello, the Commission. I would like to express our gratitude on behalf of Texas A&M AgriLife Extension. And we have a partnership with the Texas Council for Developmental Disabilities, which is a governor-appointed council for the whole state of Texas. And we truly, truly appreciate for, recognizing this month for developmental disabilities. Our whole purpose is to educate and to bring awareness to our communities, especially here in the South region, which I'm one of the coordinators for, I'm a disability community coordinator. There we go. And then I had Lillian Mesquida. She's Cameron County's county extension agent through Texas A&M AgriLife Extension, who has accompanied me, and I also appreciate her for being here with us. But most of all, like I said, I just wanted to express our gratitude for recognizing this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Driving Awareness Month.
A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizes and supports National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Whereas the city of Brownsville is dedicated in creating safe environment that will promote the community's health, safety, and overall well-being, and whereas April is National Distracted Driving Awareness Month, it gives us an opportunity to raise awareness of the devastating effects of preventable injuries in the region. And whereas, according to the Texas Department of Transportation, in 2023, nearly 1 in 6 crashes on Texas roads were caused by a distracted driver, in which 399 people died and 2,793 were seriously injured. And whereas all distractions, whether texting, eating, grooming, or having a conversation, can be dangerous, every driver and passenger, regardless of age, can be impacted by distracted driving. And whereas since September 1, 2017, it has been illegal to read, write, or send a text while driving in Texas. And whereas the DHR Health Level 1 Trauma Center's Injury Prevention Division recognizes and is dedicated to preventing injuries and promoting injury prevention initiatives for the health, well-being, and safety of all communities with the collaboration of educators, Brownsville Independent School District, Police Department, Brownsville Police Department, and Brownsville Fire Department. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, do hereby proclaim the month of April as National Distracted Driving Awareness Month in the City of Brownsville. Done this 18th day of March, 2025, signed the Mayor and City Commission. Chief.
So, hi, good afternoon. My name is Cassie. I am the Trauma Injury Prevention Coordinator at DHR Health Level 1 Trauma Center. We service all the RGV. I have been born and bred here in Brownsville, so this is a very big initiative that me, as well as if everybody else that's part of this, can they come up, please? So they're all in the back, they're all really shy, but I just want to show everybody, I want to show the community that we all do care. We do care about everyone that's in this room, no matter where you are, no matter what position you are, we do care. And everybody behind me, please, if you're driving, just put down your phone. Put down your phone, don't be eating and driving. As we said, 1 in 6 injuries, 1 in 6 crashes here, even in Brownsville, are caused because of a distracted driver. Now I'm gonna pass it on to the chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Mayor Pro Tem. I think this proclamation is very important on Distracted Driver Awareness Month and bringing awareness to this issue. There are so many preventable deaths and injuries that can occur out there. And just the community needs to understand that sometimes if we become one of those distracted drivers, there may be consequences. And unfortunately, some of it's our life or others. So thank you for bringing attention to that. We're very grateful for partnering with all these entities and especially DHR for bringing in some programs that we've been partnering with and that I know we're going to be doing a program here in the near future at Rivera High School called Shattered Dreams. So we're very honored and humbled that we're able to partner together and continue bringing awareness to this throughout the year.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Commander Patrick Abbott from the Brownsville ISD Police Department. I'm here representing the BSC Police Department. We're truly humbled to be able to be part of this initiative as we are here to educate our kids in our community about the dangers of impaired driving, drinking and driving, and any type of distracted driving. Like I mentioned before, we're going to be doing a Shattered Dreams initiative sometime in the near future, and we look forward to you all being there. It's all about educating our kids about what could happen out there. So, protecting our kids. Be safe.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your dedication and efforts on this.
Presentations of the Youth Advisory Board update.
Alan, can you present our youth advisory board?
Good evening. My name is Rayan Farouki. I'm from IDEA Brownsville.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Garza from Pace High School.
Let's move the mic up for them. Thank you.
All right, so this is just an update on what we're going to do, planning to do, and what we've already accomplished for the board. So first off, the board will be participating with GBIC at Rally in the Valley on April 6th, 2025. We're gonna have a booth at the event center. Next thing we've already accomplished in February, a lot of the board members went out and filled Easter eggs at the downtown rec center for the annual Easter egg hunt. And board members, we also volunteered our time at the golf tournament to raise funds for the board.
After that, we have come to a consensus that we want to attend at least one community service event each month. And not only our advisory board, but we urge our schools and our communities to come as well. So we have taken initiatives in our schools individually, and we've seen students coming in from all different high schools to at least come and put initiative to at least one community service per month. And this time it's been the Great American Cleanup that we've gone with. Secondly, we have been working to organize the One City 5K and 100-yard dash, which will be held in September of 2025 at the sports park. So we are looking to gain additional funds, which will be going towards our scholarship program. Lastly, we are also looking to participate in the One City Information Fair. It will be participants from our Youth Advisory Board to get more information on what's been going on in the city. Lastly, as far as the applications for the youth, for the scholarship program goes, we do have applications that have already come in. So we're in full force of trying to go through those applications and meet to get those funds out as soon as possible. Any questions?
I do have a question. Thank you for what you're doing and for participating. It's terrific. Have you been able to find out about the Master Parks Plan that just kicked off? Because we would really enjoy youth input into that plan.
So it's been brought to our attention that our involvement will be going towards the parking mastery plan. However, we're yet to hear as to when it will be taking place and when we're supposed to actually be acting upon it.
Okay, so someone will take care of that. Good.
And I just wanted to follow that up with, first, congratulations. You guys are doing an outstanding job. It absolutely shows, and all of us are noticing it. Aside from everything that you guys are doing, the activities you're in on right now, keep in mind city commission meetings, city commission agendas, any items that are happening at our level. If there's anything that you guys have an opinion on that you think should be heard, don't hesitate, because your input to us on what's going on day to day in the city is important as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one last comment. Congratulations as well, but I also want to thank Mr. Alan Gard for really taking a lot of time and getting the board going and teaching them Robert's Rules of Order and just being there as the support system. Mr. Gard, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely, and it's my pleasure. I did want to point out one of the things that Gabriel Garza said at the last meeting. I was asking them if they were enjoying the experience, and he said, I've already used Robert's Rules of Order at my school meetings to help get those things organized. So again, your goal of having them learn how to run meetings, learn how to participate, I think is one of the things they're accomplishing. So thank you for your leadership on that.
Next, we have the city manager's update. The Texas Transit Association TTA awards to B Metro.
We're very excited. Staff participated in the 2025 Texas Transit Association State Rodeo. And so we're very excited to see staff be able to compete. I believe it's the second year competing, right? So I'm going to second place, Reynaldo Flores in 35 bus competition, 5-foot bus. Third place, Jaime Caraveo. Fifth place, Esteban Lara. Seventh place, Sandra Caballero. And in the 25 feet paratransit competition, 8th place, Carlos Avendaño. So congratulations, team. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Muy bien, muy bien.
So Mayor Bertrand, really quickly, today also marks the National Transit Day, and so we're very appreciative of our transit drivers, not just our drivers, but the rest of the team. And then the second point, Mr. Ray Flores will also compete in the international, and so this year is in Austin, and so that would be. And so we wish him the best the second week of April. Thank you.
Number 2 is an update on soliciting on city property, including the right-of-way, ROW, in the downtown area, Police Department.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Commissioners, this is an update to go over the enforcement operations since February 6th. Our totals to date are 50 contacts. Most of the individuals we've encountered are Brownsville residents living in homes throughout the city. We have identified 2 distinct groups. One group is older, in their 40s to late 50s, and another group is in their late teens to 20s and 30s. You got the. Yeah, okay, you did it for me? Thanks. Yeah, the younger group is where we've been receiving most of the complaints. Their questionable business tactics is to wash unattended cars and wait for the driver to return to their vehicle, at which time they solicit money for the services the owner never requested. This can be intimidating to some who just want to pay something to get out of the uncomfortable situation. Our older group does not employ that tactic and is generally very courteous and respectful. Nonetheless, most of our contacts have adjusted to our enforcement of the city ordinance and now are conducting their business activities in private parking lots with the business owner's permission. It should be noted that that since we cut off the water supply, both groups are getting their water from the businesses. We've identified 3 locations, the first being 9th and Jefferson. It's catty corner to our city. Go back one, please. Thank you. It's catty corner to our city parking lot, which is located at 10th and Washington. Next slide. We also have 10th and Washington right in front of our city parking lot. These are the 2 locations our older group is working. Next slide. The third location is 1134 East St. Charles. This is the old Greyhound bus building that was converted into an indoor flea market. This is where our younger group works. We have continued to enforce the city ordinance as it relates to violations of the city streets and city parking lots. And we'll continue to monitor the situation. That concludes the report.
Commander, thank you all for the efforts thus far and for the updated information. I do want to say I have seen a decrease in the number of folks soliciting, especially after hours. I think that's where a lot of the concern is in the later hours of the evening. But I know just within the last 5 days, I was approached twice after dark. One guy trying to sell sunglasses, had several sunglasses to offer me, which of course I would not need at night. But that was in the city parking lot and the alley right next to the city parking lot. And then another individual asking for money.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion passes.
We'll enter to the public hearings. Public hearing item number 1 is the public hearing and action on resolution number 2025-035 to amend a resolution adopted on September 24th, 1996, as amended by resolution on November 17, 1998, and resolution number 2001-087 on December 11th, 2001, creating the Paseo de la Resaca Lighting and Landscaping Maintenance District in order to amend the composition of the Board of Directors and the governance of the PID, including to repeal of the 1998 and 2001 amendments.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and, of course, Mayor and City Commission. This particular resolution, next slide, please, essentially amends the composition of the Paseo PID. I'm going to use Paseo PID as for short. It was created in September 24th, 1996, under the Local Government Code of Chapter 372 for improving landscaping, lighting, and of course to improve parks and park life facilities within the district. The composition currently is 5 members total, with 2 members appointed by the City Commission, at least one of which is a member of the City Commission. Currently, it's Commissioner Macias, and 3 members appointed by the PID Board. The resolution before you would not only update the composition of the board to reflect y'all's ordinance that you adopted for the boards and commissions, which, to remind the public and commission, was to each individually have an appointee to your boards and commissions. And so we've done this with Convention and Visitors Bureau. We have done this with a few other boards. And so this one is next on the list. Next slide. Oh, the one additional change to it is it reverts back to the governance structure that was what created it in 1996. And so those are the changes that we have for the particular resolution. It is a public hearing.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on the item?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Bill Hudson. I was born here in Brownsville at the Sisters of Mercy Hospital and many moons ago. And I am the creator of the Paseo de la Resaca 1,000-acre development project, which includes a 120-acre park called Paseo de la Resaca Park. At my request, the City Commission did, in 1996, pass the resolution creating the district. And that makes it a special district. This is not a normal city, or what do you say, normal? Well, this is not your off-the-rack city appointed board. This was a public-private partnership, private being a developer. I'm going to give you a little bit of history. In 1996, in accordance with the statutes as they existed then, we did follow and got the city to pass this resolution. This is a city park. And I just want to let Mr. Trevino know and the rest of you, that notwithstanding the fact that there are reversionary clauses in the deeds of gift, there is no intention on my part or on the part of the other developer owners to ever take that land back. Park was created. It's part of a 1,000-acre development that today has $650 million of assessed valuation, which benefits the city well. At the time I started, the assessed valuation was $100,000. So I don't know what the numbers are, but it's pretty good. We started 31 years ago in the development, 29 years ago in the process of working with FEMA, Corps of Engineers, county, city, school district, TxDOT, county and drainage districts, all of the public entities pulling together a master plan community which has added value to this city, for which I'm greatly proud. Yeah, we made a little bit of money, but the thing that I take the greatest pride in is the ability to create a park. My grandfather paid off the mortgage on the Church of the Advent on Elizabeth Street in the 1930s. My father bought the land and built the Episcopal Day School on North Korea Street in the 1950s. I had the opportunity to build a park. So the generations of the legacy of Hudson stewardship and service to the city of Brownsville is well documented. I think that this resolution that as stands is a mistake, but the city decision. And Saturday, when I first became aware of this, and I think that not only is it a bad thing, but the way that it was done is bad. So the word gets out to the board members that this a resolution is coming to throw baby out with whatever bathwater comes. Saturday, I didn't get a lot of sleep. I thought about this. I take it very personally. I mean, I spent 31 years of my life building this development, and it took about 25 years to get basically built out. There's still a few lots that haven't been built, but 2,000 single-family homes, 1,500 apartments, 4 schools, 120-acre park, 1 million square feet of commercial, and a really beautiful thing. Now, I invested $5.6 million in that thing to, I guess you got the letter, right? Yeah, so you can read it. And having been a lifelong Brownsville person, had seen different leadership in the city commission. So our priority is going to be potholes, and let's let the parks go to hell. Or we're going to focus on green stuff, and that's good. And I think the city generally has been pretty good on focusing on the green stuff in the past couple of decades. But what in my fleeting night of Saturday, I just came to the conclusion, hey, let it go. You built the park, and I want to thank the city for having had the opportunity, and thank God for having had the opportunity to give such an asset to the community where I was born. I excavated those 4 miles of Resacas. I put in the first couple of miles of the 8 miles of trails, and people love it. They use those trails a lot. And nobody knows me necessarily when they see me, but I can see that they're happy. They're walking their dogs. They're doing the jogging thing. They're getting exercise. They're doing exactly what the park was built for, an enhancement for the residents and the visitors to the city of Brownsville. And so you don't need to worry about those reversionary clauses in the deeds. It was never, they came in useful a couple of times over the decades when there were power plays to get that low-hanging fruit of the assessments. No, this is a city park. I'm very proud to have been the driver of that machine with all of the public and private entities. But I think that the way that this was done is wrong. That what it is possibly wrong, but I'm prepared to let go and live on. I built this thing. I maintained it for the first 29 years of its existence, and I would say that, why would you fix something that's not broken? That's what the essence of this resolution is. So my prayer is, and I'll stop talking, is simply to table this until you can come up with something that's a little better. But this is a city park. You can do whatever you want. I think this is done. I think it's a mistake the way that it is. To fix something that's not broken is not a good thing. I don't know where the camera is. The mayor did call me back yesterday, and I expressed my concerns about gutting the thing. You got my letter, and you've also got the newsletter, which we had been publishing for every year. And there's a section in there where the money goes. Some of the criticisms that I've heard are, oh, there's no transparency. Well, there is. These are public meetings conducted with the city secretary. They're posted. There's no secrecy going on. I have never taken a nickel in this 31 years, or the 29 years of service with this service plan board. And that's a lot, because my consulting fee is $500 an hour. So it's truly from the heart to make the city a better place, and it's in your hands now. I would pray that you table until it can be tweaked a little bit, but if not, it's in your hands.
Mr. Hudson, before you step away, thank you very much, first and foremost, for all you've done for the community. The finished product is beautiful. I am a regular user of the trails in that area. I especially love the fact that there's no streets that you have to cross. It's
Bingo.
completely safe.
It was designed that way by Richard Brown, was the master planner. He did the Rouse project called Columbia, Maryland, between Baltimore and Washington in the 60s. And then in the 70s, he built with the Mitchell Energy and development, the Woodlands.
Mhm.
So I got the best developer, or best master planner in the world to come right here to Brownsville and design that thing. And there's a lot more design features, but thank you very much for your
Definitely.
comment. It's on purpose.
And thank you for that. And I think from my perspective, I definitely want to say nobody's looking to gut what this board is and the essence of it and what it does, because this is one of the crown jewels for Brownsville. When we talk about our trails, to be able to point to this and waterways and everything else. And I had someone who just approached me recently about an idea on how to put those waterways further to use that would really put Brownsville on the map. I'm not going to share it publicly because I want them to have the credit for that. But I appreciate everything here. My concern, and I understand your trepidation when you see something like this. My concern is, as the commissioner that nominated Mark Horowitz, why is the first time here, I was concerned that the first time I'm hearing about there being a problem with his appointment is when the city is hearing from the PID lawyer. And I'm like, why is this the lawyer level already? Why didn't somebody just pick up the phone and say, Commissioner, we have a concern about your appointment? And when I went back and read the resolutions, I see legitimate concern. I see that it does say resident or reside.
Yeah,
So
but
I understand that completely.
You can correct that by simply changing the language, property owner instead of must reside in,
Mhm.
must own property in. But that could have been done, and I think that the lawyers for the PID and for the city were not communicating well. But here we are.
And just know that going into this, regardless of the outcome, it's not the intent to undo any of the great work that's been done or to drastically change the model that's working.
It's up to you, appoint board members, and I'm proud to have built this baby, and I salute the future of this and noble potential of our community.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Eric Gonzalez, born and raised here in Brownsville, Texas. And I am standing here in support of this resolution that they just read out. I think it's important that if every other board in Brownsville operates with a certain number of commissioners or board members, that I think this one should also. I think it's also important to note that if these board meetings are open and report to the city secretary and all that stuff, then why don't they have the same amount of members and function that way? Also, I do think the language that someone that lives and resides in the PID is important to have, as my wife and I own a house that's in that PID. Currently on that board, nobody resides in that PID that is on that board. Yes, some might own a lot here or two, but nobody actually resides in the PID that is on that board. So there are some concerns that I think are important to note. And so, I mean, it's just one of those classic things. I don't want to, I know I'm a history teacher and, you know, going back to the taxation without representation kind of thing. No one's talking about, or rather saying that the parks are bad or the board is not functioning well. I think it's just that it should function like every other board that we have here in Brownsville. And again, if I, myself, my wife and I are being taxed, it would be nice to be able to say, hey, we made a decision on a playground that went into one of the 12 pocket parks that is sitting there, not people that don't actually live there. Again, I know the parks are open and anybody can come use those parks, but those of us that actually live off those trails and walk them on a daily basis and see those playgrounds. There was actually one right behind Paderes Elementary that just got recently taken down. And I mean, it was in very good condition. It wasn't breaking down or anything like that. And I don't know when it's going to be put back. My kids, especially my younger kid, would always, when we were taking that loop, would always go up and down the side a few times and then catch up with us when we're walking on that trail. I mean, so again, like I said, these things are used by so many people. It's a great feature for us there. We love it. We just want, or those people that are here in favor, and myself definitely want, representation of people that live in the PID that are actually making those payments year after year to be represented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Modesto. I've been a resident of the Paseo de la Resaca for the past 20 years. I love my community and have been an advocate to help the Filipino community, by which I am also one of the board of directors, and I represent the Filipino community in Brownsville and the Brownsville community also. In whatever the needs are, I love my city. Today, I am advocating to the resolution 2025-036 because I believe that we should all have a say so in how our PID tax is being spent. Most of the Filipinos live in that area, and we love the area. They said that Brownsville is a best-kept secret. The commission should appoint to this board and not done by a person. The majority should be made up of regular, hardworking taxpayers who pay into the PID, not the person who benefited of it. I pray and I ask all the commissioners to stand with the people and allow them to have a voice on this board, which has been neglected for 29 years. Thank you for your time, and God continue to guide and bless you all. Thank you.
My name is Mark Horowitz. I'm the appointment in question. And just to clarify a few things, I know, Mr. Hudson, I know you raised your hand, and there are 2 board members that in the PID that do live in the district, but I think it really points to the difficulty in understanding and untangling the PID from the MUDs that, we all have 2 taxing districts in this area. And so and a lot of people, so just some background, my wife and I, we own a rental property in the PID and in MUD number 3. It became, we've owned it since 2017. And like many other residents, the PID and the MUD were a black box. It just wasn't something that was very difficult to, it was very difficult to understand what was going on and why they were necessary. The PID was a little bit more clear. It wasn't until about 2022, 2023, when appraisals went through the roof, and I noticed that our property tax bill was consequently going higher. I noticed that the other taxing units were, as the appraisals were growing up, the taxing.
Mr. Horowitz, could you stand up a little bit more to the mic? You can straighten it out. Thank you.
The taxing units were lowering their tax rate. Whereas the MUD and the PID was flat and the MUD barely budged. So I started looking into it more, and I had to do a lot of heavy lifting trying to understand what was going on, to the point where I was going to the county clerk's office looking up deeds. So I do feel, and I was I would see commissioners on the street and I would say, this is what I am seeing. What can you illuminate what's going on? And then it became apparent that I would probably be a good fit to be on the PID. So what I've concluded, and I feel like what I felt was something that would be a good step forward was having the PID represent what you guys were saying, which was that resolution that was pointing out that each commissioner would be able to appoint somebody, and that the city would have the control over the PID. And maybe 2001, when the resolution was passed, to have the majority of the PID seats go to the developer. I think that made sense because it was a nascent development and it needed probably to be more developer-led. But now it's a mature development. We have over 2,000 households there. I think the PID is ready to be for community-led. And I would only add, when I looked at the resolution, I saw that there were terms were mentioned, but I know that in the old resolutions, there were no terms. There was no time, like it was whether it was 2 years or 4 years or 3 years. I would recommend if there's an amendment to the resolution that be defined 2, 3, or 4, because I think that gives the commission an opportunity to change out board members. But as it stands, I think that it's, and I'm thankful, Mr. Hudson, for the development. I mean, part of the reason why we bought a property in that area is because it is, it's a beautiful development. We've utilized the park. We live on the other side of town, yet we make it a destination sometimes, especially during the pandemic, when we wanted to get out and about. We were on those trails every day. But I do think that if now that it's a mature development, now that there are over 2,000 families there, it's not just homeowners, but renters have the opportunity and property owners. I have an interest. And I think this is a good step forward, a way to transition from a developer-led PID to more of a community-led PID. Thank you.
I just have a point of correction. My apologies. What I meant to say was that I think it's important for us to have residents that live in the PID that are appointed by you all and the city versus that are just appointed by one person. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, that most of you know me. My name is Mario Sainz. I'm a resident and a taxpayer of Cameron County, residing here in Brownsville. I'm here to support and help advocate for the people that reside in the Paseo de la Resaca. I think the city is making great strides in being transparent and being great representatives that you are. I believe that most boards consist of 7-member boards. Why then is the Resaca not a 7-member board? I think that no entity or person should be with entire control of the taxes that are paid there at the Paseo de la Resaca. I believe that we need fair representation, meaning that the people who pay for those taxes should be in control of that board. I also strongly believe that there needs to be more accountability. The commission and the people should know where the funding is going and to whom. I like to read, as most of you do know me. I was reading over the budget, and it's got $400,000 dedicated to quote special projects. And then there's 200,000 in fees going to certain entities on a yearly basis. Why could those 200,000 not be used for other purposes? Such as fixing the trails, the playgrounds, the lights, etc. I hope that all the commissioners can side with the public and the people who pay that additional tax. This resolution will require a fair process, a bureaucratic process, and a democratic process. I really believe that everyone here in the commission is for the people, and I know that you will do the right thing by increasing that board to 7. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dino Chavez. I'm a lifelong resident of Brownsville. Before I begin, I'd like to publicly thank and commend and congratulate Mr. Hudson. Man, I've never met in all my life here, but man, he's done some extraordinary things for our city, for our community. So I congratulate you, Bill, for everything that you've done. However, this is a different perspective, and I'm coming from a financial perspective. My background is in finance. I do have an MBA in finance and a bachelor's degree in real estate from UT Austin. I prepared something in writing here, and I think just for the sake of being quick about things, I'll just read it. Taxation without representation is a phrase that is at least 260 years old in our country. The phrase got its start in 1765 when 9 American colonies declared that the English crown had no right to tax Americans who lacked representation in British Parliament. Today, we have many taxing entities in our community. Some of these include our city, our county, our public schools, our drainage districts, and others. 4 of these include the Paseo de la Resaca Municipal Urban Districts number 1, number 2, number 3, and the Paseo de la Resaca Landscaping and Maintenance District. These taxing districts are more commonly known as the Paseo Mud and the Paseo PID, respectively. To the best of my knowledge, the Paseo Mud was created with the sale of bonds to raise proceeds to pay for the initial creation of the roads, utilities, and parks that make up the Paseo de la Resaca development. The Paseo PID was created for ongoing maintenance and repairs to the parks and waterways that are part of the same development. As a 17-year resident of a home that's located in the Paseo de la Resaca taxing district, I can attest that many residents living in this area like me are feeling overtaxed and underrepresented. For example, over the last 17 years, I have paid at least $19,000 in mud taxes and $8,000 in PID taxes. Before my time, my property owners also paid their share of taxes, which are estimated to have been $10,000 in mud taxes and an additional $4,000 in PID taxes. Comparing these accumulated mud figures to today's actual costs of property development are a little bit disturbing. For the mud alone, the taxing entity has collected $29,000 from my property since these mud bonds were sold in 1996. In comparison to a current property development, my property should have only cost me $10,000 to $15,000 in development costs back in 1996. So where has that difference gone? Additionally, according to a PID budget I was able to obtain, they normally take in $700,000 in tax revenue annually, but they only spend $205,000 in operating expenditures and another $236,000 in a loan repayment to the city of Brownsville. So there's a difference there too.
Where does that difference go? And how much has been sitting in reserves? To that end, we need much more transparency and accountability from those boards. Some immediate questions and concerns that come to mind are, for how much longer will residents be required to pay into the mud before those bonds taken out 30 years ago are paid off? Is there a fund balance that exists in the MUD or PID that is sufficient to settle the balance due on the bonds or other debts at a minimum, to reduce our tax rates by drawing from these balances to pay for immediate expenses? Are taxes collected being spent as smartly as possible, whereas expenditures are going through a public bidding process? Are board positions for the MUD and PID being filled through a public appointment process like all our other city boards, where each commissioner gets a voice as our elected representative? Lastly, I'm not here to complain. I'm here to offer my help. Wherever I'm needed in the interest of transparency and accountability. I do currently serve as chairman of your Parks Advisory Board, and I'd love to help in this board too. Our citizens, and especially our Paseo property owners, need to feel assured that taxation with representation does not live in our community. Thank you very much for your time.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor Pro Tem, before we move to close, I do want to ask that for everyone that spoke today, if you'd do me a favor and leave your name and contact information with staff in the city secretary's office. There's several of you I'd like to reach out and have a one-on-one discussion with on this topic. Thank you.
I believe we have two more that would like to speak. You guys can come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Lozano, and I am a resident of the Creekwood subdivision. I was born here in Brownsville, and I've been living for about 20 years in that beautiful area. I just wanted to express that my family, especially myself, I am in fully support with this resolution as taxation with representation. This is all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Daisy Salinas, and I am a resident of one of the PID HOAs or subdivisions. I've been a resident since 2009. I am a lifelong resident here in Brownsville. And I do want to thank Mr. Hudson with much due respect. I mean, thank you for your contributions to this wonderful city. I enjoy those trails so much. It really brings a lot of value. Having lived 3 years away recently in Houston in the Woodlands, you know, it really brings a lot of value to our city, especially because there's so much going on that's bringing a lot of change and dynamic change in our wonderful city. I love it. So thank you so much. Thank you. And I am also for the resolution of having a 7 board and having more representation in as residents of where we live, especially if it's a taxing entity. It's not to say that we don't want a PID, because I know how important it is and all the contributions that were made over the years, but a little bit more clarity and in bringing, because there's so much in the city that's already come a long way. I think that would help. For 29 years, most of the individuals have not been challenged or contested. I didn't find a lot of clarity as to where these PID meetings were happening, or at least to encourage a lot of the attendance from residents. I do feel like we need the resolution. It's simple, 3 things. It demands transparency. Residents deserve to see a clear plan of how where money is spent. It ensures accountability. Decisions should not be made behind closed doors or by one single person or same board members who have remained unchallenged or for decades. And it gives homeowners a say. As the ones funding the PID, we should have a meaningful role in the decision-making. We're not asking for the elimination of the PID. We're asking to be run with fairness and oversight. Other communities with PIDs have resident-involved boards or clear reporting structures. Why shouldn't we? So I am asking that the commissioners support this resolution, and I look forward to working with Mr. Hudson and whoever's the present board, and having more input from our residents so that we could, if there is any chance that we can lower our taxes, that we find it and clear the debt that's already there. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Salinas. I've been living right across the event center for 25 years. Love the place. Always wanted to meet that gentleman. Shake your hand. I get up most of the time when I lost a little bit of weight. I do a 5K every day, and then I go to work. Love the place. But I do agree, I'm glad that we get this commission going because all my friends are jealous that I get this park and stuff, but they go, look how much taxes you pay. And so we all feel it. And I've been there for 25 years, do the math, a lot of taxes. But I do want to thank everybody who brought this up. Thank you for starting it off. And I just think going forward, we can get all this done. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Hudson, no relation to Mr. Bill Hudson. And I bought a house at Creekwood about 4 or 5 months ago. And we absolutely love it. And I do just want to say that me being able to find out where the HOA meeting is and where the PID meeting was really easy. So I've just been going. I've been showing up and being a member and trying to pay attention and trying to learn what's going on with all of this. So some of the arguments that I've heard so far is that you can't get the information, you don't know what's going on, there's no transparency, and I want to disagree with you. Somebody posted a Facebook thing to my Creekwood subdivision, I think it was a couple of days ago. It was filled with wrong information in it. So I think that wasn't fair. So, because I actually have all the paperwork and it is transparent. So, I mean, I'm not really sure it feels like there's some anxiety and some, I don't know, it just feels very negative that you guys are like trying to pull this off. I want to be a member on the board because I live in this neighborhood and I want to be a part of. But not if it's going to be like this, to where we're not actually being honest about some of this. The transparency stuff, let's talk about the tax issue. Okay. What are you guys going to do about it? Are you going to lower the taxes, raise them, keep them the same? What's your motivation behind this? I really don't understand. I really don't understand what the motivation is. If it's about the transparency, then pick up the phone and call this guy and he'll tell you what's going on. Or call Bobby Sanchez, Bobby Vasquez, she's our chairman for that board. You can ask her anything. I don't understand why this is happening. And I did want to come out and say that this doesn't need to be like this. So the fact that there's even an option that you're going to just take this whole thing away from Mr. Hudson, not cool. Thank you.
First of all, I forgot my manners, and I wanted to thank Commissioner De Los Santos for nominating me. I appreciate that, and thank you to the entire commission for approving it. I just wanted to say that I mean, part of what I agree. Like, I myself have been looking into this, but the fact that I have, I try to do what I can. We all have busy schedules. We all have busy lives. And it's very difficult to unpack a lot of these things that we have in our community. And I've, had this property for 7 years, and I wasn't until recently that I started digging into it. And a lot of these meetings are in, legalese, and it's very difficult to understand. So, but yeah, I mean, it would be, I think this is an opportunity now to have more of the public engaged. And now that more are aware of the PID and the mud, I really do hope that more of the community comes and to actually try to be on this PID. I would step aside if there was more than, a lot more interest in being on the board. Because, I have my own personal residents to take care of as well. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I am here to just say thank you to Commissioner Macias for spearheading this
I'm sorry,
effort.
Jennifer. Can you just state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry,
Thank
Daisy
you.
Zamora. I'm a stakeholder in the area. And when you, Commissioner Macias, were running for office, you listened to the citizens, the residents of the area talk about the burden of property taxes that everybody in the city can complain about, but really in that area, we have a much higher burden. And you took it upon yourself to study the issue and to come up with a solution. It's not something that you just heard when you were running for office and then you forgot. It's something that you have paid attention to because I believe you care about your constituents. So I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. You exemplify good leadership. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Hudson because I attended one of the meetings and the doors were open. I was probably the first person who attended in years, I don't know, but the information was available and budgets were available and all my questions were answered. And even over email when I had follow-up questions. So thank you. And thank you for a great service that you've done to the community with that development. You had the vision and dedication. I mean, it takes a lot to do what you have done. And it is my hope that you will continue to serve the community as a board member in the future. If we ask, please, maybe, because your contribution has definitely made the place, what it is today. So, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Mayor Pro Tem, if there are no other speakers, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I also just want to talk a little bit more about the resolution. I don't think that we kind of expanded on it real quick. And I want to start off by first thanking Mr. Bill Hudson. It is a wonderful development. It creates a safe place where people can walk and run. It's beauty. And I appreciate that from you. And I want to say that it has taken everybody to do that development. It has taken yourself with the vision, it has taken the city with the support, and it has taken the taxpayers to pay for that and the landowners to purchase that land to make it to what it is today. And so with unity and with a cohesive approach, there's so much that we can get done. I will reiterate that, the City Commission is for transparency. We are for advocating and for representing the best interests and the best needs within our community. And we earlier this year have moved forward in ensuring that all of our city boards have their representatives and they're transparent and that they're up to par with 7 members, with each member being appointed by a city commissioner. And thus, the last board to be on there was this one. It was a PID. So this is the last board that will follow that up, if the support of the commissioners will follow that 7 board member. And I just want to express and explain a little bit of how this board is structured. So number one, the way that it was structured is that, I just want to correct that it started in 1996 with the commission appointing people. And then later, in what year?
In 98?
In 98, that changed. The structure changed to where the developer would now appoint 2 members, having 1 commissioner there, and then having the commission select 1 person. So you would have the developer appoint 3, and then the city commission would be with 2. And it was, as mentioned earlier, it would be a cohesive approach between the city and the developer. And now moving on forward, we want to adopt and move back to the original resolution, which is something that we're doing with all boards across the board, and this should not exclude this board. Was it difficult to move forward with this? Absolutely. Because Bill, I think you've done an incredible job, and sometimes we invest ourselves for years to see this dream come to fulfillment, and when it does, it's hard to let go. You've done an incredible job ensuring that we're maintaining it, but at the same time, I think also we should share that care with others and allow for people that live in that area to also care and maintenance it, right? It comes with a shared ability to allow people and give them the strength and the leadership and most importantly, the opportunity so they too can care for their community. But we are a disservice to them if we don't allow them to serve on this board and it's just a selection by 1 person. And so going back to the 1996 resolution that we found, number 1, it would be the city commission would appoint each person. And I would ask that as long as the city commissioner is able to appoint someone who lives in that district or owns land in that district. Now, with that being said, that does not mean that we would remove you or your 2 appointments. In fact, you will still be able to serve there along with your 2 appointments as well. And then we would have 2 more people that we already had, 5. All we're doing is we're adding 2 more members. The second part of this is, the other part would be the bureaucratic processing in place when we're able to pay for a project or a service being done to your area. And do you want to talk a little bit about that process?
Yeah, so just to clarify, because I know that Mr. Hudson feels, I guess, personally attacked, and that wasn't the intent. The intent of this was to modify this particular board makeup. I'm kind of redundant, but to modify this board makeup so that each commissioner can have an appointment to it. Very similar to another PID that we have currently in place, the Madera PID. That one, the board is also changing as well. And we have updated TERS as well. And looking at the resolutions over time, because the developer's attorney did send us the resolution from 2001, my office looked at the makeup of how it was governed, and in comparing it with 96, which when the developer submits a petition for creating the PID, that petition usually has the makeup of how the PID is going to run. And so the 1996 resolution is the initial part of the application for the petition, right? You're going to see one in a couple of months for another project. It will have a petition and then, of course, the makeup. The changes that you have before you all is not only getting it in line, of course, with the 7 appointed members, and later on in the agenda, assuming this had passed, later on in the agenda, we do have where the city commission would be ratifying 3 of the current members that are there, including Mr. Hudson. They would be assigned to individual members, like Mr. Hudson would be the mayor's appointee, and then the at-large would have the other 2 individuals that are currently HOA presidents. And so very similar to how we did it with PUB, where PUB didn't really have a direct appointee to a district office, we have changed that. Now, with the 2001, it stripped certain actions of the city commission. Under the 1996 version, it required the PID to come to city commission for annual budget approval. It required certain things to go through the city manager's office. And the 1996 resolution is more in line with this current commission's policy of having more input in the various TERS and PID boards that are currently in existence. I did relay to the same attorney that we are also looking at Santander, TERS number 1, because that is also separately, it has its own makeup that doesn't align with the current commission's intent. And so we're not, I might personally, from a legal perspective, don't see us as undoing the PID. We're just reverting back to the original makeup of it, which is the 1996 resolution. And all of these, of course, are within the packet.
Thank you so much, because I feel like we didn't really explain that at the beginning. What would this entice? I mean, the board would still be there. We're just adding 2 more people.
That's correct. And then, of course, there is a nonprofit under the 1998 and I believe the 2001, there is a nonprofit that administers the PID. It's the Paseo de la Resaca 2 Incorporated. That one has been dissolved as of 2021. And so we thought it best to bring it back into the city so that whoever's administrating it right now can continue administrating it if that is what the PID board wants to do. With, of course, approval of commission. GBIC and BCIC have to come to commission for approval on certain things. So that would continue, but we did think about bringing it back into the city because that aligns with y'all's policy. Now, of course, policy is policy. You can't stray from it depending on what y'all want to do.
Okay, thank you. And to the residents who have consistently reached out to me, texted me, called me, because you're investigating your things, I stand as your representative. So if you're here in favor of the Paseo de la Resaca, please rise. Yes. Thank you. So if you're in favor for the Paseo de la Resaca as well as the resolution, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for rising up. Thank you for bringing your concerns. There is power in presence, power in community, and that law all lies within you. As your representative, I lie faithfully to you, and this is my commitment to you and your families. With that being said, I make a motion. I think
there's other comments.
Oh, okay, go ahead. If you guys want, you guys.
I have sat in this chair thankfully for a very long time. And I've seen a lot of changes for the good in the city. And one of the things that was difficult, but was a good change in the city, I believe, was modernizing our boards. I hope one day that we see more neighborhoods with backdoor access to trails, because yours are lovely. And you did have a vision that I most definitely embrace. However, having said that, I do think that it's time for this board to modernize as well, so that it can continue into the future. So I don't know if there are other comments. If not, I'm happy to make a motion. Or
I have other comments because I just have a ton of questions, and some of them I'm going to want answers from council on. So I'm going to be moving that this be tabled until we can take it into executive session and my questions are answered, because I think there are definitely solutions that can be reached here to make sure the proper representation happens. But I'm concerned that a lot of this was the first time hearing of it, was your appointee never got seated, never got sworn in, and now we're changing to this. And none of the other stakeholders were at the table when it was crafted. So I have questions that I want addressed tonight before I'm ready to vote. And I'm not against this, but I do need to have a discussion. So I'll move to table. Again, just until after executive session, we can still vote on this tonight. I just want to be able to have that discussion with council.
Council, would that be possible?
Yes, you can table until, you can not necessarily take a vote to table, but you can leave the item on the table and then go on to the next item. And then when we go into executive session, we'll include that item under 071 of the Texas Government Code. Go in there, discuss it, and then when you come out, we start with that item first.
I'd be agreeable to that.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
We don't need, we don't need,
Oh,
to-
I'm
we don't
sorry.
need to take up the motion.
Okay.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Do we, 'cause I know Commissioner.
Well, there is a motion. I guess there was a motion on the table if you want to
It
withdraw
was not,
it.
it wasn't seconded,
For Commissioner Macias?
right? She can withdraw also, but there was no second to that motion.
Is there a way that we can approve now and also try to tweak as we go along?
Yes, you could, of course, have floor amendments to the resolution, and that can be done at any point at this meeting or the next, or whatever you want to decide.
Could it also be implemented for the second hearing?
Well, there won't, this is a resolution, so there's only one hearing required for this particular item. And most resolutions don't require a hearing, but because it's a PID, it requires a hearing.
And the action can be taken after exec, is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
The action.
Yes, you can take it up after executive session.
I have no issues with having commissioners' questions answered before he has to take a vote on this.
And we'll still take action after when we come back.
Just, I mean, if Commissioner Macias gets a second, well, I guess we vote. If not,
Is there an executive session? Are we having somebody in there?
no.
Counsel,
Is it
I
just
wanna
going to
talk
be
to our
us and
attorney.
council?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we can come out and have on the motion. anyhow.
Okay, I do want to reiterate.
There's
Commissioner
just one
Dos Santos,
thing
I know that,
I would say, is there another option of going into executive session right now for this item?
Can we do that?
Yeah, you could do that.
Have people in the audience that may want to.
Do you mind withdrawing
reasonable.
your, well, I
I'll go ahead
motion
and
we go into
withdraw.
executive.
and I make a motion to go into executive.
We have a motion and a
We'll
second to move
come
into
back.
executive session. All
All
those in
say
favor,
aye.
please say aye.
Aye.
And the time is at
Nay.
6:31 PM. The city commission will enter into executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 regarding the public hearing, item 1. I was able to fix it on the signing, but you may want to tamper with mine.
Rusty, you're going along. Shh, 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 shh.
Mayor Pro Tem, may we reconvene into open session?
Yes, ma'am.
The time is 6:43 PM.
I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution with the consideration that the members of the board be either residents or own property in the district.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
Is the mayor online yet?
Mayor, are you connected?
I can hear you. Yes.
I guess we appoint, or no, that's later. Right?
That's later on the agenda.
Next item.
So we will move on to the public hearing number 2. Is a public hearing and action on the first reading to adopt the mid-year budget amendment ordinance number 2025-1754-A to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Miguel Cavazos, Budget Officer for the City of Brownsville, and I'll be presenting the fiscal year 25 mid-year budget amendment. So there are 3 reasons we have a mid-year budget amendment. One reason is to fund unfunded items that were requested in fiscal year 25. The second is for unforeseen items. And the third is for grants that got approved after the annual budget process. I do want to mention that we will be having an end-of-year amendment around August or September. One of the funding sources for our mid-year budget amendment is our unassigned fund balance. The city of Brownsville has a financial policy that states we must have a 90-day fund balance. As of right now, we have 93 days reserved. So we'll be utilizing the 3 days excess of policy for the mid-year amendment, which equals 1.2 million. Our other funding sources are our sales tax surplus. For the first quarter, our sales tax actuals are above our proposed budget by roughly $1 million. From $1 million, we'll be utilizing $929,000 for this budget amendment. The difference will be set aside for a contingency reserve. I'd like to mention we did just receive January sales tax. It looks approximately 25% increase from last year's actual, so we're definitely trending in a positive direction. Just like our sales tax, our ambulance fees are doing better than projected. Through the first quarter, our actuals are above budget by $444,000. From the $44,000, we would be utilizing $183 for fire and EMS requests, and the difference will be set aside as well for a contingency reserve. Out of the 2.3 from general fund, 309,000 would be transferred to our public transit fund. 147,000 would be transferred to our information technology fund. Our Brownsville Police Department did receive $2.4 million of grants after the annual budget process. Our Convention and Tourism Fund balance will be utilized as $931,000, and our Street and Drainage Fund balance will be utilized for $300,000. The following items are color-coded. The items in gray are funded through the unassigned fund balance as well as the sales tax surplus. The items in green are funded through the ambulance fee surplus. Like previously mentioned, the Brownsville Police Department did receive roughly 2.4 million grants after the annual budget process. For public transit, we have 166 for Golden Waste oil invoices, 143,000 for personnel and contract workforce. For the information technology, we have personnel cost adjustment for 50,000 and 100,000 for temporary workforce. The Convention and Tourism Fund balance will be utilized to fund the following items: personnel reclassifications, technology software in Granicus, airport marketing advertisement, airport incentives, and the Brownsville Museum of Fine Arts that was purchased back in November. The total amount is $931,000. For the street and drainage, we'll be utilizing $300,000 for street base material and professional services. Any questions?
No, thank you so much for that information. You always do a great job, by the way.
Commissioner Macias, I believe you're Mayor Pro Tem while the Mayor Pro Tem, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem, while he's out of the room.
Okay, so do we?
Public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Would anybody like to speak?
Second.
I would just like to add that I'm very happy that we're able to have not only meet our needs, and in the IT, it's the cybersecurity. There is a recent city in the valley that was hacked, and we're increasing our cybersecurity right now, and that's why you can see some temporary services that we need with regard to IT. And then also, we still have reserve money with the migrant influx and the changes in grant funding there. We do have some reserve funding if we would need some funding for that, in addition to the mid-budget amendment.
There was not a vote taken, I don't believe, on the motion to close the public hearing yet. No. I seconded.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Perfect. So the public hearing number 3 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2025. I want to make a correction. It's 2025-1258A, amending ordinance 2012-1550A, which is authorized of the city of Brownsville to participate in the Texas Enterprise Zone Program pursuant to the Texas Enterprise Zone Act, Chapter 2303 of the Texas Government Code, providing the available tax incentives, designated a liaison for communication with interested parties, and nominating VHS Brownsville Hospital Company, LLC, to the Office of the Governor, the Economic Development and Tourism, EDT, through the Economic Development Bank as an enterprise project.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, City Commissioners. Tonight, this evening, joining us is Mr. Nick Lacola with the Ryan Group. He can help answer any questions as well. This is a public hearing to amend Ordinance 2012-1558. This was passed back in August of 2012, electing for the city to participate in the Texas Enterprise Zone Program. The governor's office has notified the entities that any ordinances that had passed within the state of Texas needed to amend to include that following language that's in bold, which is the governing body should be in full compliance with Chapter 2303, Texas Government Code, prior to nomination of an eligible business. We do have VHS Brownsville Hospital, LLC, who is interested in reapplying. They did have a designation, and their designation recently expired. They're for 5 years. Texas communities who do nominate in the jurisdiction need to have this amended ordinance in place, and the resolution for this will be coming before you in the next meeting. VHS, it plans to invest $18 million to upgrade and expand the facility and replace machinery and equipment, and we did the required public notices for this. This is a public hearing.
Thank you, Marina. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on the item?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Good. Motion, public hearing closed.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public hearing number 4 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-003 PD to establish a planned development district, PDD, in the residential single-family R1, the zoning designation to allow the reduced front setbacks for 30.13 acres of land out of a 110-acre tract out of Share 4 Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located in the Military Highway, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 4.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. This request is for a plan development district. The purpose is to reduce the setbacks from 25 feet. Apologies, that's an error. But currently, the established setback for a commercial district, a residential district, is 25 feet along the frontage. This property is fronting Paredes Military Highway. The proposed use is a residential single-family development. Next slide. This is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 10 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is the zoning map of the area. What predominates is residential single-family. There's agriculture to the north. There's some residential estate to the south, as well as commercial corridor. And as mentioned, this area is residential single-family. The proposed use is a single-family residential development. This plat is currently under review by the city. However, they're requesting to reduce the front setback to better accommodate the designs that are being proposed for the homes that are going to go on each lot. This is another aerial view. And this is just a survey of the property. And P&Z did recommend the approval to establish the plan development district to allow the proposed front setback of 20 feet within the residential single-family zoning district. Any questions?
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody who's here to speak on the item?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? Not all, please say aye.
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 Okay. Public hearing closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing number 5 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-005S to request a specific use permit in a regional center RC, the zoning a destination to allow an event center for 17,013 square feet out of Lot 1, Block 1, for a subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 266 Mexico Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown as Exhibit A, District 3.
So this request is for a specific use permit. The current zoning is commercial corridor. The proposed use is an event center. It's within an existing plaza. The suite is 4,100 square feet, and the property is fronting West Price Road. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 20 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is the zoning map. The area, the zoning that predominates is commercial corridor. There's traditional neighborhood to the southeast and residential suburban to the west. Next slide. And this is the depiction within the commercial plaza or the suite that's going to be hosting the proposed use. And this is the overall site of the plaza. Next slide. This is the proposed layout. And P&Z did recommend the approval to allow the specific use permit for an event center. Again, for other previous event centers that have been presented, this will be subject to sound mitigation regulations to limit any decibel levels measured at the property line to be at 60 decibels, to be exact. Any questions?
And that plaza do they meet the parking requirements? I know right next door, there's a big bar.
Yes, yes. The large parking area is for the plaza. So they do meet the parking requirement.
Any other questions? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak on the item? We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing closed.
Move to approve?
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes.
Public hearing number 6 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-005S to request a specific use permit in a regional center, RC, the zoning, a designation to allow an event center for the 17,013 square feet out of Lot 1, Block 1 for Salas subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 266 Mexico Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 1.
This is another request for specific use permit, specifically for an event center. In this particular case, it will be built from the ground up. It will have, or it will cover an area approximately of 17,000 square feet, or a little over. The property is fronting Mexico Boulevard, and the current zoning is regional center. This is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 5 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And this is a zoning map. What predominates in the area is regional center, some agriculture to the northwest, and some traditional neighborhood mixed use to the south. This is another aerial view. And this is the proposed site for the event center. Again, same as before, this will be subject to sound mitigation measures to limit decibel ratings to 60 decibels at the property line. And the P&Z did recommend the approval. Any questions?
Thank you, Martin. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak on the item?
Move to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Public hearing closed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The public hearing number 7 is the public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-006 to rezone from the residential estate RE to light industrial LI to allow a freight terminal for 6.308 acres out of 8.75 acres out of Lot 12, Block 111, El Jardín, a re-subdivision, Share 29, Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located at North Minnesota Avenue, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, District 2.
So this request is an upzone from residential estate to light industrial. The proposed use is a freight terminal, and this property is fronting Minnesota Avenue. Next slide. Just to provide some background, this item was presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission on May 5th of 2022, where it was approved. However, when presented for first reading at City Commission on May 17th of 2022, the item was denied based on the following parameters. Due to the area primarily being residential, some residential adjacency to the east and to the south, creation of heavy traffic, and not being consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use plan. However, they reapplied this year on January 22nd to see if the commission decided to approve. Next slide. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 13 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And this is the zoning map. There's various zoning designations within the area. There's residential estate, commercial corridor, regional center, light industrial, and residential transition to the southwest. And this is another satellite image of the property. And P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone from residential estate to light industrial. Questions?
Do we know what the proposed layout of the property is going to look like when they build this out?
They're not required to submit site plans for a rezoning. However, the applicant did express that it was going to be a warehouse where they were going to be storing shoes and furniture. That's their, let's say, the commodity that they trade. And according to them, that's the sole purpose. It's just one warehouse with.
Is there anyone here tonight from the applicant? Okay, excellent. And let me just say, so my concern here, my only concern is that with Coffeeport in Minnesota, Coffeeport is just a 2-lane road. And I don't like the idea of putting heavy truck traffic on a 2-lane road when you've got an RV park right there. But if we're talking about Minnesota, that makes it much easier for me. I would love to hear from those involved with the
I was
permit.
just wondering if you heard anything.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm about to log in. Let's see. I think it's still going on. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, my gosh. Oh, okay. Good to know.
We
Well,
can hear
sorry to
you.
bug you. Okay.
We're gonna mute them right now.
Oh, and just to provide some additional context, Coffeeport and Minnesota, they're both primary arterial roads. So Coffeeport does exist as a 2-lane road. However, in the future, and probably it will be the case for when this plat goes through the development process, it will have to go through the planning process. Therefore, they will have to dedicate enough right of way to accommodate that future expansion.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak on the item? Please step forward.
Good evening. My name is Ofelia Ruiz. We are from Brownsville, and we are developing this logistic company. And we don't own big trucks. It's just for us to store, warehouse storage, finished goods for our clients. We have been in business for 7 years, and that's all what we're looking for. For a permit to get the finished good already packed. Everything is already packed, and the way that we're shipping out, everything goes by schedule.
Thank you. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, we might.
Hi, as a resident of District 2,
Please state your name for the record.
apologies. My name is Atlemi Sanchez. I am a neighbor to this area, and I'm just finding out of this area. But based on our experience with rezoning areas that are residential, such as a freight company, I am afraid that we will have similar instances where these facilities do not provide the proper maintenance to their land, where they're either put caliche or some type of cement, and therefore it will cause debris into the roads or dust that will affect neighborhoods in the area, such as the what is it?
Mill White?
Well, like Mill White, but the facilities, the neighborhood that's there. So we have a church right down the road. We have land that is possibility for further residential homes that will be affected in the area. So I am highly concerned about this rezoning and would be against it at this moment because it's not something that may be looked into for future residents that do become part of this area because of the instance that we had with Mill White, and that is all.
Mr. Ruiz, I have a question for you. I just wanted to know, I know that you mentioned they will not be trucks there, 18-wheelers will not be there.
No, that is correct. There will not be 18-wheelers or they overstay. And I have to be so honest with you all. Everything is related to the high risk and insurance. I mean, the trucks will bring the product finished good, which is not hazmat. The raw materials are not hazmat. Again, because I mean, we know in the area that we are, and the finished good of our clients is shoes, lady shoes, and furniture, and we know that we cannot contaminate the product. And I understand the lady's concern and the public concern. As my understanding, based on my previous experience, in order for us to operate a storage or a warehouse, the property needs to be with, I don't know, prepared, you know.
That is correct.
With caliche or concrete, but again, based on my experience, always needs to be prepared.
Okay, and then so what you do in there, you do the skids, like you put everything together in that warehouse, or it's just for holding the finished product?
We're just holding the finished product and we ship it out.
Okay, so you're just storing
Correct.
items there.
We're not doing any packaging. We're not putting together. Everything comes already packed from our clients.
Okay, and then on the area, do you plan to put forth a wooden fence, a fence?
Yes, we need to put a fence in order, I mean, we do have some future plans like to be in compliance with US Customs, you know how it is, I mean, on the logistic business. So yes, we do our planning, and our operation hours, I have to mention because I think it's very important, is 8 to 5, Monday to Friday.
Okay, yeah, that was gonna be my next question, because that's my
Yes.
concern too,
Yes,
right?
I mean, I have been working on the logistic company before, so I know that there's a lot of precautions that we need to take in order to operate.
Okay, perfect, that sounds good to me, 8 to 5, Monday to Friday.
We're
Okay,
not
and then,
manufacturing, we're not packing, we're not, everything is already packed.
okay, and then there'll be a fence or vegetation around it based off of the,
Yes.
okay. Okay, thank you so much. Those were my only
I
concerns.
do think there's a question in terms of what kind of trucks or how are you transporting the products off of the property? Like how many trucks, what size of trucks, if you know?
Yes, it's, we normally move these products on small trucks, FedEx, UPS, or they're basically small trucks, box trucks, which is, the maximum is 26 feet, and that's it. I mean. Any other questions? Thank you.
Hi again. So my main concern, and thank you for clarifying, was about the pavement, right? That there is maintenance, that because of these trucks, that they don't affect the roads in the nearby communities and residents, as well as the wear and tear that this is going to cause to the area because it is a residential area. The infrastructure that's going to take place, if the city is going to, at some point, you know, have a backup to that. And the maintenance moving forward. So that's a concern as a resident, if it's going to be a highly trafficked area by this operation. And that ultimately, if this area is zoned from residential to commercial for years to come, that this business is no longer in place, that there is some type of something put in place that future companies don't come into this property and have different operations that may affect the neighborhood and residential areas moving forward. Because I know that that's happened in the past where maybe something was in place and it may not have affected the areas, but something down the line, it's being bought out by a different company, and that brings detrimental effects to the area moving forward. So something to take into account, if you may, please. Thank you, Commissioners.
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this item?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Public hearing closed.
I move to approve. Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion passes.
Public hearing number 8 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 235-2025-007 PD to establish a planned development district, PDD, the commercial corridor, CC, zoning, a designation to allow the reduced primary front and secondary front setbacks for Lot 1, Block 1, Gamas, a subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 6 Event Center Drive, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3.
So this is another plan development district to, well, proposing to reduce the setbacks. Currently, the setbacks that are encroaching on the existing 25-foot setback that's required under the commercial corridor zoning designation. These setbacks are vary. We will show you an exhibit shortly portraying where the encroachments are. The proposed use is a prayer park. The property is fronting Event Center Drive. Next slide. And this is the exhibit, basically on the survey or on the area of the corner clip and on the frontage along Event Center Drive. The structure or the foundation of the structure that is currently in place is encroaching on the required 25-foot setback. Currently, the dimensions or the distance, the shortest distance that exists from the property line is 8.83 feet, which is almost about 17 feet of encroachment, and that is occurring right at the corner clip. Next slide. This is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 12 man lots that were in opposition. And this is a zoning map. What predominates in the area is commercial corridor. There's residential single family to the east and to the west. Next slide. And this is a satellite image of the property. And P&Z did recommend the approval to establish a planned development district, which allows the encroachment on the primary and secondary front setback of 25 feet. And below are listed the distances that currently exist on the ground. So there's 4 encroachments occurring, and those distances represent how far away they are from the property line.
Martin, how did the encroachments happen? In other words, didn't they need a permit to set the foundation where they set it?
Yes, they began without a permit, and they're
began
trying
without
to legalize the structure.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody here to speak on this item?
I'm Jim Rose with the firm of Mejia and Rose, Inc., and we prepared this application for Mr. Ernesto Gomez. I don't know if you noticed on that corner, Mr. Gomez built across, put some benches out there. Years ago, it was out in the middle of that field. He moved it over closer to the road so that people that come and visit wouldn't have to walk so far. And he built a permanent cross there facing the northwest. And then he said, well, I'd like to have them a paved area to sit when they look at this. And the encroachments are not walls. These are 4 columns. And they do not obstruct the vision of people turning the corner. And as Martin pointed out, they are actually at the corner, whereas there is a huge corner clip already, so that people can see as they go around that corner and pass utilities through there. The point is, it is not a building. It's only a roof for people to sit under when they come to pray or whatever they do there. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this item? Not, I'll entertain a motion. No, we have one. We have one. Good evening, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Neil Fulgham. I just wanted to speak on behalf of Mr. Gomez. He's out of town in a court hearing in Corpus Christi right now. I'm a good friend of his and also a business partner of his. I have nothing really to do with this particular project, but this is something that's really near and dear to his heart, as a lot of you know. Ernesto playing Pinkton one day passed away, a heart attack, came back to life, and dedicated his life to the Lord. And this is something that's really important to him, and I'd appreciate if you to give it consideration. He didn't do it the right way, and I don't think it's going to hinder anything in regards to the city. So I'd ask that you allow him to finish this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Public hearing closed.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
Items for
Thank you, Martina.
individual consideration.
Thank you all.
Item number one is the consideration and action to acknowledge the city's annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commission, we have our auditor from Carr, Riggs and Ingram here tonight to make a short presentation on the audit for fiscal year 2024.
Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor, it's great to be here with you this evening. My name is Matthew Montemayor. I'm an audit partner with Carr, Riggs and Ingram, and as Mr. Guard mentioned, I'm here today to present an overview of your annual comprehensive financial report, I should say. I believe a PDF copy was provided in your agenda packet, and I'll do my best to cover some of the information included in the report. Before I start, I will mention that we did have a chance to meet with your Audit and Oversight Committee, also in the presence of your internal audit department, and we had a good thorough discussion of the entire report or condensed report and covered a lot of financial information. We also addressed questions that the Audit and Oversight Committee had as well. And so for purposes of this overview, I'm going to go ahead and cover our independent auditors reports that we've issued, as well as highlight a little bit of financial information. So first off, an executive summary, I always like to describe the audit process, and the audit process does consist of an audit of your financial statements and also an audit of your federal and state awards, and we call that second component your single audit. What we do audit is we audit the basic financial statements of the primary government, as well as the governmental activities and the business type activities. The governmental activities are listed there. They include police, fire, public works, public services, and another administration. Business type activities are those that operate similar to an enterprise. Those include your airport operations, public transit, landfill, and others. One thing that we do not audit is we do not audit the Brownsville Public Utilities Board. That is audited by component auditors, and they provide their audit report to us, and we make reference in our independent auditors report, and standards allow for us to do that in a group audit setting. The second component is the audit of the federal and state awards, and in the audit of federal and state awards, we audit for compliance in accordance with the OMB compliance supplement uniform guidance, we refer to that as well as Texas grant management standards. So your city receives and expends over $750,000 of federal and state awards, and you're required to have an audit over compliance. And during the year, we audited 2 major federal programs and 1 state program as a result of our audit procedures. Next slide, I'm going to cover the reports that we've issued. As a result of the audit, we've issued 3 reports. The first report is over the financial statement audit, and that is our independent auditor's report. We issued an unmodified opinion over the fair presentation of your financial statements, which is the best opinion that you could receive as a result of the audit, something that you as a commission would be wanting to receive, something that the taxpayers of the city would be anticipating and wanting the city to receive as well. The second report that we've issued That's a long title there, but we paraphrase that title and we call that our Yellow Book report. This is a report on internal controls over financial reporting and compliance. This report does not provide an opinion, but rather provides and describes the results of testing internal controls over financial reporting and compliance with laws and matters and other grant agreements. If we had any type of findings throughout the audit, at the conclusion of the audit that we consider to be a material weakness or significant deficiency in internal controls, those would be included in this Yellow Book report. Our audit procedures did not result in us reporting any material weaknesses, nor did we report any significant deficiencies. The third and final report, that's the report over compliance in accordance with the uniform guidance and Texas grant management standards. This report covers your federal and state awards. This report, we did issue also an unmodified opinion over compliance with the major programs that we audited. And it also describes the results of our testing of internal controls over compliance. So again, if we had any type of deficiencies that we considered to be a material weakness or significant deficiency over compliance, those would be included in this additional report. And we did not identify any deficiencies that we consider to be material weaknesses, nor did we report any significant deficiencies. Next slide, I'm going to cover a little bit of financial information, but before I go into the financial information, is there any questions over the reports I just covered?
No.
Perfect. So this first graph here describes the total assets, liabilities, and net position of the city. Assets being items you own, liabilities being items you owe, and the difference between the two being your net position, similar to equity if you're an enterprise. And you can see for 2024, the city's total assets, deferred outflows of resources, were sitting at $890 million. That is up from the previous year's $875 million, about an increase of $14.6 million in total assets. Your total liabilities at the end of 2024, those were sitting at $453 million. Those are down from the previous year's $471 million. So your total liabilities decreased about $17.7 million at the end of the year. And the difference between the two is your net position. You'll see your net position was sitting at $437 million, up from the previous year's $404 million. This next slide, I'll go ahead and cover a little bit of some of what transpired that resulted in those variances. And as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the total assets and deferred outflows of resources increased $14.5 million. Seems like a lot, $14.5 million, but when you're dealing with $890 million of total assets, that's only a 2% increase. But some of the major factors that contributed to the increase in your total assets, you had about a $35.4 million in capital asset increase, net of accumulated depreciation. And now, if you recall, during 2024, the city did leverage ARPA funds to invest in broadband throughout the city. And those costs are capitalized and recorded as capital assets within the city. And as a result, that increase led to the increase in your total assets. You did have a $6.8 million decrease in current assets. Those are primarily composed of cash, investment balances, and accounts receivable. Those decreased from the previous year, $6.8 million. And then lastly, the decrease in deferred outflows of resources, that was about $14.1 million. Those are related to estimates that have to do with the city's participation in a Texas Municipal Retirement System, TMRS. Those are related to pension and other post-employment benefits. Second item is the liabilities. As I mentioned, liabilities decreased $17.7 million or 4%. During 2024, the city did issue 2024 certificates of obligation bonds. Those were issued about $23.05 million. That increase in liabilities was offset by the current payments that you made on your bonds. So as you issued new bonds, you continue to make these regularly scheduled payments on your existing bonds of about $17.3 million. Also, what contributed to the decrease in total liabilities is unearned revenue related to the ARPA funds. So when ARPA was, and I paraphrase, ARPA's American Rescue Plan, that was a grant program that extended and advanced resources to many city governments. And as you receive those resources, if you have not used them on allowable costs or activities, you recognize that as unearned revenue. So as you use a lot of those funds and leverage those funds for city projects throughout the year, that resulted in a decrease in unearned revenue throughout the year. Net pension liability, again, that has to do with your estimates that are provided by your actuaries for your participation in TMRS. Those net pension liability decreased about $17.3 million. And the OPEB liability also decreased about 596,000. And then lastly, the two items down there, deferred inflows of resources related to pensions decreased $4.4 million, and lease liabilities and speed of liabilities increased $7.5 million. Those are various lease agreements that the city has for right to use assets, and GASB standards require the city to measure a liability related to using that lease across the term of the lease. And as the city enters into new leases, I believe the city acquired vehicles throughout the year and under a lease agreement, so that increased your total liabilities. Next graph is a chart over revenue comparison. This is the primary government, and the primary government includes governmental activities and business type activities. You can see for 2024, your total revenue for governmental activities was $172.8 million. That's down from the previous year's $186.5 million, a decrease of about $13.7 million, and I'll cover this in the next slide. Business type activity revenue, $63.9 million. That's up from the previous year's $43.3 million, an increase of about $20.6 million. So let's jump in and look at some of those factors that contributed to those variances related to revenues. And you'll see on the next slide, governmental activities revenue decreased $13.7 million. Now, there was asset transfers out of $20 million throughout the year. Again, this is more of an accounting concept or accounting process. You have assets that are in the governmental activities. When those are transferred out to business type activities, you have to recognize a capital contribution out of governmental activities and into business type activities. So that was one of the reasons why governmental activities decreased. Two of the other items I always like to cover and point out are the information regarding property tax revenue and sales tax revenue. And you'll see property tax revenue actually increased $4.7 million over prior year. And that was also experienced even though the city did lower your tax rate. You lowered your tax rate both on the M&O side and the INS side. However, values kind of offset that decrease in property tax rate. Sales taxes experienced a healthy growth, $1.9 million, and that was about 4.2% increase over previous year. So year over year, you're experiencing additional sales tax revenue throughout the city. And then the last two items, decrease in operating and capital grants, $2.6 million. Those were just results of decreases in the grants related to CDBG programs and also the Emergency Solutions Grant. The last item, investment earnings, also increased $1.6 million. Business type activities, these are, again, activities that operate similar to an enterprise fund, charges for services, and you'll see the increases over $20.6 million. A majority of that was the asset transfers out of governmental activities. All the other business type activities remain fairly comparable. You did have an increase in charges for services of $2.1 million. When I looked into that, that was primarily your landfill operations. Investment earnings experienced an increase $643,000. And capital grants also experienced an increase of $858,000. So overall, absent of the asset transfers, your business type activities are fairly comparable in total revenues. All that information and financial information I just covered is government-wide financial analysis that includes all the operations of the city, all the funds of the city. This next couple slides focuses and zones in on your general fund. And you'll see this is a graph of fund balance of your general fund over the last 10 years. And you'll see in 2015 fiscal year, your unassigned fund balance was $17.3 million. And since then, your fund balance has grown. And you'll see in fiscal year 24, your fund balance was sitting at $36.7 million at the end of the year. General fund highlights on fund balance. That $36 million fund balance was actually a decrease from previous year's $3.6 million. So you use some of your fund balance as a result of operations. The unassigned fund balance represents 93 days of expenditures and transfers out. The city does have a minimum fund balance policy of 90 days, so you're just right above that, 93 days. I believe earlier in this meeting, you did have a budget topic on your agenda, which you're going to use those 3 days of fund balance and to get you right at the 90 days, right? So that's something to monitor. I think if you dip below the 90 days, I believe your fund balance policy states that you have up to 2 years to rebuild that. So that gives you plenty of time. But throughout the year in 2024, your sales taxes did increase $1.9 million, 4.2% over prior year. And also your surplus funds transferred from Brownsville Public Utilities Board, those decreased over the previous year, 1.19 million. A single audit highlights. These are the 2 programs that we audited for compliance. The 2 programs that we audited were the National Infrastructure Investments Program. That grant program was primarily used for infrastructure in your B Metro public transit operations. And then the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, those are your ARPA funds. That was also a major program. That program is identified as higher risk in the compliance supplement that we use to base our procedures. And so we have to select that program to audit. The one state program that we audited was the Texas Auto Burglary and Theft Prevention Program that's administered through your Public Safety Department. And primarily that is for salaries related to the program. And then lastly, required communications. Professional standards require that we make these communications with those charged with governance, which would be city commissions such as yourself. If we encountered any significant difficulties or had any disagreements with management, we'd be required to communicate those. There were none. Your financial statements contain significant estimates, and we've evaluated those estimates and determined they're reasonable in relation to the financial statements. There are corrected audit adjustments that we proposed throughout the audit, and those have been provided to your finance department, and they have posted them to their books. And then lastly, written representations. Management has represented to us that they provided us all the information that we needed to conduct the audit and accept responsibility for the financial statements. And advisory comments were advisory in nature. We discussed those advisory comments at our exit conference and also in the presence of the Audit and Oversight Committee and discussed those recommendations with them. And that is it. I understand that's a fast overview of a 300-page report, but what I tried to kind of condense that presentation. But what I will say to the commission is that we did have a good exit conference with the Audit and Oversight Committee in which we discussed the report in detail and answered any questions that they had. But if there are any questions for any of the members of the commission, I'd be happy to address them.
Just one. Any material changes since we reviewed it last week?
No, sir. No material changes to the report. There were just formatting and some questions to our reviewer that we had to provide.
Very good. And yeah, I can say for my colleagues that we went through this extensively last week.
Well, thank you for your work.
This is an acknowledgement, correct?
Correct.
Motion to acknowledge.
Second.
That's correct. Motion and a second to acknowledge. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms.
Matthew.
Montemayor.
Action item number 2 is the consideration and action to approve a memorandum of understanding MOU for the provision of non-utility services between the City of Brownsville and Brownsville Public Utilities Board, PUB.
I'll move to approve. I think we're all very familiar with this
We have a
extensively.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those-
Yeah, so I'm glad you're all ready to move forward. There are 2 changes that I wanted to just briefly bring forward as a heads up. One is on PUB side. They wanted to ensure that we do cover the cost for installment and location of certain security cameras that we have requested from them to put on the poles. And then a request on our side, which is a little bit more substantive. They might have to go back to their board, but we believe it meets the spirit of the MOU, which is on the landfill sludge disposal. The city did do an updated study. And so rather than base it on the 2010 and 2014 study, we ask that it's based on the current study that was just made. So those are the 2 changes, just for clarification.
Yes.
I don't know if you've taken a vote.
We have taken a vote, but it doesn't require any type of an amendment unless we have an objection to any of those things, but I'm agreeable to them.
We passed it already, didn't we? Yeah. We're good.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor.
And Mayor Pro Tem Martinez, may we move into executive session?
Believe
Oh,
we have
sorry,
board
sorry, board
appointments.
appointments.
There we go.
I'm moving too far.
Thank you, Mayor.
So item number one is the consideration and action to approve the resolution number 2025-036, appointing members to the Paseo of de la Resaca Lighting and Landscaping Maintenance District, a public improvement district.
So this is just piggybacking off of the resolution that you all adopted earlier. There are 7 appointments to be made. We have listed the current members, and this is your opportunity to appoint individuals to that board.
Now, my nominee does not require being nominated again or reappointment, correct? Mr. Horowitz, you already voted on
In
it?
the resolution, if you approve the resolution, it would have him ratified.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as if I reappoint or any of us, do we leave it as term undefined or what do we do with that?
It would be, if we comply with the ordinance, which we would be, it would be for a 2-year term.
Okay. So I move to reappoint Dan Brahma.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
I move to appoint Dino Chavez.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
I move to reappoint Bobby Vasquez.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
I move to appoint myself, Commissioner Linda Macias.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
I move to reappoint Bill Hudson.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those please, in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes. I'll be holding my appointment for next meeting.
Did they say that you had to reappoint Mr. Horowitz?
Ratified.
Yeah, so there, you didn't take a vote on resolution 2025-036, but we'll add those appointments to it.
And I'll move to approve resolution 2025-036.
With the understanding that we'll come back for Commissioner Martinez's, or, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Martinez's appointee.
Correct. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes.
Mayor, I'll move into executive session.
We have a motion and a second to move into executive session. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Item number one is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, related to the annual performance evaluation for the city attorney. Item number two is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.072, related to Project Charlie. Item three is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, related to solid waste services and recycling. Item four is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.072, and related to Project Arte. The executive session, item five, is closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.072, related to 004-25 PRS-RFP of the City of Brownsville Downtown Renaissance Master Plan. Item six is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071 and 551.072, related to Project One. Closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, related to Project Quantum. Item number eight, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.072, related to the Resaca restoration. And executive session number nine, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071 and 551.072, related to UTRGV. The time is 7:52. Yes, it's freezing. The third way. Work from home. You gotta work from home. Está bien. It's on a Monday. There's 2 days, one in, April. One in April. No, it's a Friday, Good Friday. Yeah. Ready to start? Okay, Mayor Martinez, I will call we will reconvene into open session. The time is 9:42. Are there any possible action on any items as discussed in executive session? Item number 1 is the consideration and action, if any, related to the annual performance evaluation for the city attorney.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to proceed as discussed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes.
Action number 2 is the consideration and action to approve a contract for the commercial and the residential solid waste for up to 7 years with the 3 one-year renewals and with one, some, or all of the following providers listed in alphabetical order: the Republic Services and/or Waste Management, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the contract.
Mayor, I move to approve the contracts for commercial and residential solid waste for up to 7 years with 3 one-year renewals with Republic Services and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the contracts.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion passes.
Action item number 3 is the consideration and action to approve a contract for the recycling services for up to 7 years with 3 one-year of renewals with one of the following providers listed in alphabetical order: Redfish Recycling or Republic Services, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the contract.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve a contract for recycling services for up to 7 years with 3 one-year renewals with Redfish Recycling and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the contract. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any
We know
further
what it's
discussion?
here for.
If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion passes.
You guys are welcome to stay till 10 o'clock anytime you want. I like this response.
And action item number 4 will be table, no action.
Correct.
Action item number 5 is the consideration and action, if any, related to Project 1.
Mayor, I'll move to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion passes.
Action item number 6 is the consideration and action, if any, related to UTRGV.
Mayor, I move to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion passes.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Aye.